Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to inform that our next session will start soon. So please kindly proceed to your seat. Thank you. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to inform that our next session will start soon. So please kindly proceed to your seat. Thank you. A very good morning, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the Cambodia Tech Expo 2022, the first and biggest tech expo in Cambodia. In this beautiful day, we're going to have a very long day with many sessions and panel discussion on a different topic from government, private sector, research institution, and developed partner and civil society. Without further ado, allow me to start the first program of today's event with the panel discussions on electronic and automotive. This panel discussion will shed light from diverse perspectives on the current investment environment in electronics and automotive sector and the needed next steps for Cambodia to become a compelling business location. Excellent.
Hello. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cambodia Tech Expo 2022 Startup Stage. As the side event of the 40th and 41st ASEAN Summit that Cambodia is the chair, the Cambodia Tech Expo is the biggest tech expo and conferences in Cambodia. My name is Panyarit. Today I am the host for the startup stage at Cambodia Tech Expo. We host the Cambodia Tech Expo to address challenges together through tech talent. At the Tech Expo startup stage, we have speakers from the private sector, from the government, from the academia, and from the development partner. At startup stage, we will learn from the speaker about how women take their active roles in the tech industry. We also learn about the development of tech landscape in Cambodia and also the startup investment landscape in Cambodia. Promoting digital startup is very important for the development of digital ecosystem in Cambodia. So without further ado, I would like to invite an important person in the digital startup ecosystem in Cambodia to come on stage and share a few words with us. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Chandra Bay, the Director of the Digital Innovation Center of the Cambodia Academy of Digital Technology, Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications.
Hello. Good morning, Her Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, and also all our friends from the tech and startup ecosystem and other audience from the Facebook channel and also YouTube channel. Yeah. So welcome to Cambodian Tech Expo 2022. We are addressing challenge together through tech talent. So today is my honor to welcome everyone, especially for our tech and startup ecosystem. That today we hosting this event at the Diamonds Island along with the ASEAN Summit. So our event here, this stage is startup stage that we more focus on tech, startup, and investment. Yeah. So today we are very happy to have you all to join our event at the Diamonds Island. And thanks for coming. I think we mostly know each other, and we just hope that to gathering everyone again to join with the Cambodian Tech Expo, that is the side event of the ASEAN Summit 2022. And thank you all for coming here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bong Chandra, for warm remarks. As the tech industry continues to grow, we see more and more women take their active roles in the tech industry. So I would like to invite Lok Chimteo Rathachia, Under Secretary of State, Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology, and Innovation, to come on stage and share a few words with us.
Good morning. Lương mày okay? Lương okay? Good morning. My name is Shiratha. I'm the Undersecretary of State. Today, let's just play a little game before we start together. Please all raise up. Since we have so little, also maybe people from Zoom also can join us. Okay, please close your eye and picture a programmer. You know what programmer is? a coder, if you, Cambodia. Are you ready? Okay, open your eye. Raise your hand if you picture a guy with the glasses in front of a computer. Okay, I see a lot of hands. I see a lot of hands. Okay, raise your hand if you see someone like Mark Zuckerberg. Picture someone like Mark Zuckerberg? No. Okay, raise your hand if you picture someone like me. We have a lot of women. Maybe they know me, that's why they raise their hand. Yeah, so thank you so much. Please sit down. So for the people who know me, they know I'm a programmer. My background is in computer science. So I'm the minority. We know that in Cambodia, only 16% of women are study programming in IT, according to Sister of Coding. That today we're gonna find out more detail. Why are so little women in this field? There are so many factors that causing this low number of women in our society, not just in Cambodia, but in the world, that women in technology are very low. So in Cambodia, we know the factors, there's many factors why they are low in number, because our society, like my dad, I start as a programmer, he was like, why are you study programming? And there are some girl asking me, the reason that they don't want to study computer science because they have to sit in the front of a computer, they are afraid that they cannot have kids in the later life. So this is their mentality, that thinking that study computer science causing them not to be able to have kids. And I can assure you that I have 2 kids, not a problem. Study computer science doesn't cause you to have no kid, okay? So rest assured for all the young girls out there that yes, why we need to have this forum? Why we need to say that, hey, I need more girls into science and technology and innovation, right? Why? Because you know that in Google, Apple, Facebook, these are the technology that driving the forefront of the world. We need more women to participate in this. We also have perspective. We want to share our idea. Like for example, I created an app called Mom eShop that we know exactly what women want. In the app, we're targeting to them to understand their need, and they be able to get access to finance right from the app. So this is with the woman idea, we can inject on what women want. So the gender equality is the central stage of our 2030 agenda. And our science, technology, and innovation, our ministry, we have a roadmap, an STI roadmap, that we want to promote 40% of women to start graduated from STEM. But in order to do that, we need everybody to hold hand in hand, to help push it. And I call it the 3E. We need to create a strategic framework. The first E is engage. The second E is equip. And the third E is empower. So the first E is engage. What do we need to do? Our government, we need to work in a triple helix of collaboration, which means it will involve academia, government, and private sector need to come together to work out in a strategic framework together to build a policy that will encourage more women to participate in STEM. The second E is equip. We need to equip our women entrepreneur, which is the backbone of our country. Women hold 65% of SME, and they are 96% of them are still micro inside, and they still participate in the informal economy. So we need to train them, build up the capacity upgrade, reskilling them, so that they can learn about digital technology, financial literacy, so they can participate and work together to build a product that help the community, that help their other women. The second is we need to encourage young girls to study STEM. We know that if we don't give them the good environment, like the man think that woman is not fitted in the male-dominated field, they will make them left out, and they will pursue a career as an accountant, finance, but those fields are okay, but they are lacking. They don't get high income paying. So if we want to help our country to be medium income country in 2030 and high income country in 2050, we need to help other half of the population to be able to raise up the standard of their living. And the third point that we need to help encourage young parents so that they can train their girl not to just play with Barbie doll. They need to learn how to play with Lego, construction material, so they can expand their creativity, their spatial awareness, so they can learn to be encouraged and like STEM. So you know that the kids of today are navigating our world with tapping and pinching and swiping. If we don't give the kid the tool to work with computer, to build something, we are raising consumer rather than creator. The third E is empower. We need to empower with the role model, champion in the government sector, in the private sector, and a non-profit organization, so that they can empower and reach out and do something great. But most of all, we need to empower them from within. It's like in age. If there's too much force from the outside, the egg crack, life end. But if we empower them, it's a crack from the inside, life begin. So my generation may not see 50% women at the top, but I'm hopeful that my next generation can. So I'm hoping that we all go hand in hand and create a synergy that motivates women, give more room for women to work in the tech field, make them more comfortable, help them grow and prosper. So today we will have a detailed panelist discussion that we're going to go over what can we do to help contribute to this agenda of 2030 to have 40% of women study in STEM. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lok Chum Teo, for a very inspiring speech. Now let's get into a very exciting session. Everyone, we will have a panel discussion regarding women in tech. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists and moderator. Ms. Natalie Rodinova, Managing Director, STEP IT Academy. Ms. Adrienne Reves, Co-founder, Chaplin Champagne. Ms. Pain Lek Chan, General Manager, Red Tree Development. Ms. Lodi Peng, Deputy Chief of Party, PAC Cambodia. Ms. CM Fat, Head of Transport Planning and Optimization, Serkan.
One, two. Good morning, everyone. Dear Rata, thank you so much for the inspiring keynote in the beginning and mentioning Sisters of Code. So my name is Natalia Rodionova. I am the Managing Director of IT Academy Staff Institute and the founder of the first female coding club in Cambodia, Sisters of Code. And it is my pleasure to be the moderator of this panel today, which is exclusively female compared to other panels that are held during this event. So I hope that we are going to be as smart and insightful as beautiful. So let me introduce the panelists. And the first is Andrian. She is a Web3 entrepreneur and digital innovation specialist, co-founder of Carmeline Champagne and partner at QED. Thank you. Then Fatsiem is head of transport planning and optimization at Cellcard, one of the largest mobile operators in Cambodia. Thank you. Chan Pin Kim is here, General Manager of Raintree Development. And finally, Ben Claudie, Deputy Chief of Party at Pact Cambodia of Women Entrepreneurs Act. So we have a very diverse panel, educator, business network, non-governmental, also Web3, the future of tech, as well as development. And I would like to start with a little bit of context. There is no doubt that at least basic digital skills are essential across all industries, including agriculture, manufacturing, where most of women in Cambodia are employed right now. And World Bank report on digital skills in Southeast Asia 2021 mentions that employers across all occupations in any industry are seeking for digital skills, regardless what kind of jobs are those. However, the situation in Cambodia is very interesting that only 15% of female students choose to study IT, which is very, very low, taking into consideration that only 30% of those who graduate will end up working in that field. So imagine 1 out of 100 would be 10 girls, and out of those 10 girls, maybe 3 will end up working in the field of tech. So really the pipeline is very narrow, and we don't see many examples like CM, for example. She's an exception, and many others as well. Our Rata, who was talking today, that she has graduated computer science, I'm sure she was maybe a few girls in the class, right? So, and that makes all that tech space in Cambodia is male-dominated. Women are invisible, and that is, like, you would say, why to care? Like, it's okay, we can do that, we are men, which is actually a very wrong mindset, because if we're talking about innovations, diversity is key at any innovation, and bringing women on the stage and at the development of the products is super important. That is why for today's panel discussion, I would like to bring these 3 questions. Should we even worry about that? Maybe it's only me being dramatic about the situation. And what are the main barriers for women in Cambodia that we can discuss today? And what could be solutions for those challenges? How can we help to change the situation? This is my first question to each panelist. Like, what is your feeling? Like, am I being too sensitive on the topic, or do you see that there is an issue that we have to address? Like, you can start, anyone wishing to add on?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Natalie, for these super important questions. I believe that this topic is essential and crucial, and we still have a lot of work to do. Research have shown that diversity and inclusion, whereby company having more women in the leadership tend to do well. They do better in terms of producing more and better innovation. It's also good for the bottom line. It's also good for culture, right? So having a woman in leadership role in tech or in any other industry whereby women are underrepresented is super crucial because it's good for the business and it's good for the economies as well. So when I started getting involved in civic tech in my previous job before Raintree, oftentimes I hosted a lot of translator-thon, hackathon, and so on and so forth with my colleagues who are technologists. And what I've seen in those workshops is that there are very few women attending, right? And now we are more involved in entrepreneurship, and I think similar scenes emerge. In 2018, we did a survey, and only 10% of founders were women. I do believe that since then, there's been improvement, but I don't think we are able to sit and say we've done with this advocacy, right? So there's still a lot of work to do. And I personally would like to see more events with one or more women in the panels, not a complete panels of men. I think we can try and do that.
Anyone else wants to ask?
Hello. To add on Pinky as well, trust me, women like us can do many things in this technical world or in this engineering world. I am one of the ladies who already went through this road for more than 10 years. Today, I am the mother of 2 months old. I just delivered the baby 2 months only. I am breastfeeding. I support my work during my maternity leave. I just delivered 8 hours after delivery. I already support the work at my office because my work at office during this period is quite busy. Not because the work is forcing me, but I am responsible on whatever should be the task. They need me, I need to do it. So women like us can do a lot. I can say we are here not to say we are better than men, but we are here to encourage more women in order to involve more in tech, because men were already in all kinds of situations, all kinds of, careers for many years ago. But women like us just start for recent years only. But the number of our women is still very low, which we are here in order to share our experience, in order to show that we want more women in this technology world, in order to promote more, in order to share more ideas. It would have a great opportunity for women and men in order to combine ideas together, because in this market now, it's not only men who need. Ladies like us also even needs more, right? Because we are the lady who need to do housework, feeding the baby, a lot of things. So women like us can tell the other women that what needs that woman really want, and can provide it more, can offer it more as well than only men alone. So let us come together in this call, and then we create something amazing in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, yes. Anyone?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you to the panelists and the moderator. We've known each other for years, so I'm very happy that we are sharing this stage together. So there is something that I would like to express about this question, is that I think it's very important to approach things through the eye of diversity and inclusion, generally speaking, not only gender, in my opinion. And when we talk about inclusion, and when we are moving towards inclusion, I think one important factor is to be practical and factual. Therefore, relying on statistics, on researches and studies is very, very important. So when it comes to women in tech, for example, a statistic that is important for us is that if we take the example of the fintech industry itself, worldwide, only 1% of the investment are going to women entrepreneurs in the fintech sphere, I mean. So this is one statistic that can be a good starting point to think about and to build upon when it comes to better inclusion. And then earlier on, Her Excellency Ratachia was mentioning programming and developer careers. Worldwide, the developer workforce represents 9% only when it comes to women. So there is another fact that we can build upon when it comes to encouraging more female embracing tech careers. So I think it's very important to remain factual, practical, and to also try to, in my opinion, it's not thinking about male-dominated, it's more thinking about inclusion. Because in my experience, most people I've worked with across any gender wanted to have this inclusive approach. So then it's just a matter of how are we being practical to implement better inclusion.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Lodi from PEC Cambodia. While we heard a lot about the important role and the capacity of women in technology. So from development perspective, especially from PEC Cambodia, we also conducted a number of studies to understand the barriers and the opportunity of women participation in business as well. So we found out that I agree with you all here about the potential of women, and we also found out that women face a lot of barriers in terms of social norms and also the traditional perception with the expectation that women need to stay at home, look after the children, doing housework, something like that, because the income generation activity is expected to be men's role and so on. In addition, while women doing business outside home, women still has another important role in house for looking after the children. So there is no distinguished role between working outside and working at home for women, although she also perform another economic activity with income generation. Secondly, we can see that there is still gender discrimination between men and women. Like a lot of women participation in business, especially in micro and small business, but not many women represented in the technology business at all. So according to the study from Development Innovation in 2018, we can see that only 20% of women who own digital startup or technology startup in Cambodia. While 90% of men participation in tech-related labor force. So there is very small women representative in tech-related sector or labor force. So this is related to the gender discrimination, the gender gaps between men and women in employment and also in the technology sector as well, that there are a lot of tasks that we need to tackle the barriers for women together in terms of social norm, traditional perception, and also the capacity and the increase of women participation in technology business and also STEM education as well, so that we will be able to increase more women participation in tech startup.
Yes, thank you. I agree that starting with education is the key. My personal experience in Cambodia that it's very hard to convince girls to study technology, though if they have an opportunity, they are very curious and making a great progress. With Sisters of Code, we have educated around 400 girls in Cambodia in coding, received 4 international awards from World Bank, MIT, and we see that we receive 3 times more applications than we can educate. So there is definitely a need from the perspective of the girls, but somehow it's not being translated into the jobs. Because like you have mentioned, it's very interesting that women in Cambodia are very entrepreneurial. 65% of small and business owners are female. But then you say it's only 20% go to tech. That is like huge gap. So what is the issue there? And I know, Pinky, you have brought She Loves Tech to Cambodia, and that is an international competition for women working in tech. So maybe you can share, what did you learn bringing that competition to Cambodia?
Thank you for the question, Natalie. First, allow me to give some context on the program itself, and then I'll share a couple insights that may be helpful for other program organizers out there. Right? So, She Love Tech is the world's largest platform for accelerating women-led and women-impact businesses. They've been in the business for 15 years, since 2015, and they're now in 60 countries working with partners to recruit potential startup companies and accelerate them through their process. So She Love Tech is very grounded in their gender lens, and that is reflected in their startup sourcing, in the training curriculum of their program, in investor sourcing, event programming, and so on and so forth, right? So in 2020, when we were experiencing the onsets of COVID, we received news from them that they will take the competition virtual. So for us here in Cambodia, it means we don't need a lot of operation capital to start this program. And we kind of saw this as an amazing opportunity to complement other initiatives by local actors, including the Women in Tech Network by MPTC, as well as to assist any graduate from incubator and accelerator programs here in Phnom Penh. So we launched an application, and we were required to have a team of 8 startups to compete in the local pitch. And through the application process, we received probably around 20 applications, which is quite small. Because for me personally, whether I'm running a scholarship program or competition like this, I would like to see a ratio of 3 to 5 to 1, one place. So in this case, the application pool was quite small. Maybe at that time there were other things going on with the ecosystem, and maybe since then things have changed. But one thing that was kind of clear to us is that we have kind of a serious pipeline issue, whereby startup who applied to the competitions, many of them was quite early actually. And what's good about the pool of application is that it was quite diverse. We have folks who are running e-commerce site to folks who are looking at health tech, agri-tech, and so on. So there is diversity in there, but personally, we would like to see kind of more application coming through. And I think this is not surprising given the statistic that we've heard before from Her Excellency Ratha and from Natalie about enrollment rate, graduation rate, and so on and so forth, right? But then I don't want to also dwell on the disadvantage or the negative aspects of it. I still believe that it's a really amazing program for us to explore going forward, and the program itself lends a lot of learning for us. So one learning that I'd like to share is that innovation comes in different phases, right? So we understand that Cambodia currently in this present day, based on our education system, based on our capacity in research and development, we are not expected to develop deep tech or anything that would require that kind of capacity. But the question is, how do we go about creating simple tech solution that will make impact on lives of millions, right? That also have a very easy way to access, to use, and customer onboarding is smooth, has the potential to grow, and so on and so forth. The other positive things that I'd like to highlight, and also because we have Adrienne here with us on stage, and she was one of the mentors for our She Love Tech program, I want to kind of have us think about mentorship a little bit. Because through, we have a lot of incubation, accelerations, and competition program here in Phnom Penh, and a lot of these programs come with short-term mentor, right? Mentoring is super important, and in those short-term mentor, startups are able to get insight, perspective to help them solve immediate business challenges and maybe prepare a really, really awesome deck for their pitch, right? But I think long-term mentorship for personal growth and professional growth is also super important, and this takes trust and this takes time. And both mentor and mentees in our program, they express an interest in exploring a format that is a bit longer to allow time to set milestone, to try out different measure, and then to also evaluate impact. With positive impact, people will more likely to want to kind of have more mentorship as well.
Thank you. So, Lodi, you are working in the field of entrepreneurship development, and I'm sure you have a very similar experience to what Pinky has mentioned with the development of the capacity among women entrepreneurs. Can you please tell more about We Act Cambodia and what is your organization doing? How are you addressing this issue? What challenges and also the achievements have you made?
Thank Natalie for the question and also Pinky for sharing her own personal experience as well. So before I jump into the achievement as well as the challenges, I would like to briefly tell the audience about VAC a little bit. VAC stands for Women Entrepreneur Act. So we empower young women and youth to access to the social economic development so that they can own their future, they can succeed in the marketplace as well. So they can play a role as entrepreneur and also young leader as well. So we work with young women in Cambodia. So there are around 6,500 of women who directly engage and benefit from VAC in Cambodia as well. Through a wide range of activities such as capacity building, coaching, mentoring, networking, and also digital marketing training as well. And among those, there are about 2,000 of women who have received Facebook digital marketing training. As Her Excellency Jiratha is very well aware about the Facebook digital marketing training. So we work with women in Cambodia. We conducted a number of studies to understand their barriers, their needs, and also the opportunity, how they can be promoted and increase their participation in economic activity as well. So we learn a lot about women with different background of experience, education as well. So we understand their main challenges is around their social norm, is around their access to the training, to the capacity, to the education, and also the barrier in the family as well. So those of things are very important in promoting women participation. So in general, women face a lot of barrier in several sectors already, like employment sector, education, political participation. So they face the challenge in general already. So for our activity in promoting women in tech, we have been working with our implementing partner called the Asia Foundation by forming Women in Tech Network. So we have formed a very small group of women who are owning the business in technology. So we try to promote more women in technology as well, but as you understand that not many women are accounted in the technology-related sector. So we recruited a small group of women in Tech Network. We provide them the co-working space. We provide them their mentoring support and also the opportunity to network with other entrepreneurs who succeed in the business and also receive the mentoring from other mentors who can provide them more support in terms of their business in technology. So these are the activities that we work in promoting women in technology business. And we also understand that the government has been trying to develop more policy initiative and also campaign to promote women in tech business, such as the Women in Tech Award and your ICT Award. However, we still find there is a lack of role models for women in technology business as well, that we need to identify more role models for women in tech business, regardless of their failure or success in their business. But we just would like to highlight how they overcome their barriers to stand in the tech business, so that we can share their good experience to the other women who may have similar goal and career pathway to step in tech-related sector as well.
Thank you, Lodi. Well, then now time to move to the role model. CM is one of the very special women I am personally very lucky to know in Cambodia. She is an exceptional professional working in the field of telecom, which is really male field. And she has built a strong career in the network infrastructure development, despite all the stereotypes. She is also a mother of 2 kids, coping like 2 months ago, gave birth. I would only be able to go to a playground or walk in the park after 2 months giving birth. So exceptional woman who is working, raising children, and that is a lot of work to raise children and take care of the family. And what is your story? Like, how do you deal with that, like life and work balance, being a successful professional in tech and having a wonderful family? What kind of challenges do you face, and maybe what kind of support have you received, from where, and what kept you going? Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie, for the question. In fact, there are a lot of challenges along the working life in engineering, technical engineering work or career. But today I just raise 2 things only. First of all is time balancing or timing. My job is building the network or transmission of telecommunication company, which is the most busiest or complicated one among all the telecom jobs that are having. With this kind of business, I also have a family with a small daughter, and the mother and the parent need to take care, because I bring my mother from provinces, which they don't know Phnom Penh. I need to take care of them a lot in order to build business. So this kind of balancing is quite tough. It's really tough. I sometimes even want to give up, but just only the feeling, but never give up at all, because I always believe that women can do more as long as we never give up and try to do it. So regarding with time balancing is quite tough. Let's say the holiday like New Year or Autumn Festival like this, everyone can have holiday, but I am not. Because I need to support the coverage for all the customers, need to make sure that everything is working smoothly, like this ASEAN meeting, ASEAN summits. We need to be prepared a lot before the meeting start to support the government. So with this kind of special holiday, everyone have it, but I never have it. Same as the night time as well. I need to support the work at night time, 24 hours per day, 7 days per week. I need to be available for my work, even though I have the small kid, even though I'm busy, except I stay in hospital for emergency that I will not work. Rest of that, I need to support all. This is the work life in engineering, because my work itself, it is kind of like Natalie is saying, it's male classification. This is the things that really tough, because men, they can go if they don't have the baby, but for us, having the small baby with this kind of work, it's really challenging. So time is very important. And I remember when I just start this work and I get married, my in-law family, they was questioned, because I need to go at night time in order to maintain the network. We cannot do it at daytime to make sure customer can use it smoothly. So I need to go at night time. So the family is asking, why my husband always open the door at night time for the wife to go to work. And then sometimes I come back home at 2 p.m., at 5 a.m., or at 6 in the morning, or at 9 in the morning. There are one time that I went to the office for 3 days without coming back. I just come to take shower and then I go back. And then I live with the in-law family. The in-law is really questioning, what is work is that? Because last 10 years back, this is quite new. This is totally new. So they really didn't understand it yet. But of course, trust me, as long as we are doing the right things, we are showing them this is the things that happen in this engineering work, then they will understand one day. And I am lucky that I have a great family. My husband support me, my mother support me, and at the end of the day, the in-law also understand it. So this time balancing is very important. When we are in office, when I am in office, thing that need to do is focus, give all the focus to the work. Try to clear all the work every day, so that when you go back home, you will have at least small time for the family. And I am one of the mother who never, give up on or careless on growing the baby or growing the daughter, because I always give number one of growing the baby as the important thing, because small kid is another young generation which we need to serve them in a very, very well way. That's why I need to focus both work and children. Children, I will do it a lot. Each day I educate her, I teach her all what is necessary, I teach her technology, I do on the security concern for her, and then try to insert her everyday technology, just like Her Excellency was explaining a while ago. And one of the things that happened to my life too in this career, I really scary of having the baby for first time. I really scary of having the baby because I need to work 24 hours a day. I never have time to take rest. So how can I have the baby? And when I have the baby, how can I grow up the baby? This is kind of a lot of question. I got married 3 years to get the baby because I'm really scared. But at the end of the day, we still can do it. We still can do it. The mother life will just, it will bring you to the right way that how you can manage all of this. It will be the thing. Secondly, that really challenge to my life is how to make trust to others who work with us, that we can do it simultaneously for both work and growing the children. I remember I have been through so many ideas that women like me cannot do it by that time. Especially when I get promoted, they never trust that women like me can do it because I can say I am the first one who transferred to be one of management in the technical work by that time. And then not many people believe that I can do it, and very few that encourage me. But as long as we never give up, work hard, and try to balance. When you are with the kid, try to spend all the time with the kid. When you are with the work, try to do all the best on the work. And when you are both on work and kid, okay, feeding the baby and phone call, that's okay, still can do it, trust me, you can do it. So this is the thing that happened. But girl, what I'm saying here, it's not mean that this life, engineering life is difficult. Yes, it is difficult. Yes, it has a lot of obstacles. But the more obstacle, the more difficulty you have, it will make you stronger each day. And you will become a strong in work. You also become a strong in growing your kid as well. Being a role model to the kid when you are strong, it is something amazing feeling for yourself. The kid will just see it by herself. And this is things that not mean that don't do this job. I'm saying here, I'm sharing here, because this is the reality of this technical work. But it is really something amazing because technical work is always new. You never get bored. The next morning it will always the new thing again. New problem, new challenging, new risk, new spending budget, a lot of things. But it will come back with the happiness that, okay, today I'm learning something new. Tomorrow there will be another new thing coming into the life again. So this is the amazing of the technology. I can say you can enjoy with it when you be with it and if you really like it.
Thank you. Wow, it sounds very heroic. I think also what is a very important point that you raised, the importance of supportive working environment that would allow to combine work and family life, because women definitely contribute to this non-paid work, caring of their families more than men. And that is not only in Cambodia, in any country you take. So definitely that was like a low challenge.
I would like to add on this point as well. Correct. Thank you, Natalie. We need to have a great team as well. We need to have a great team during the working period, because without having a great team to support us, these things cannot happen. Thank you to a great team. Thank you to a great family. Thank you.
Right, yes. Team important, definitely. And I don't think it's only about team, also about the whole society context. Like how society is viewing women role, and what kind of stories families are telling to their children. And working in the field of education, that is definitely what I personally see, the importance of support in families and the importance of self-confidence in students. Technology is a lot of fun, but it also requires a lot of persistence, commitment, hard work, and that is not easy area. When working with Sisters of Code, students in Cambodia, what I learned that for many of them, support from friends matters. Many of them feel pressure from the peers who may even laugh at them, saying, why you do study computer science, like that's for boys, not for girls. And they kind of come across this notion that everyone is talking to them, like don't even try, you will never succeed. And raising confidence is super important. Pinky, I know you are a big fan of I Am Remarkable program that is actually initiated by Google. And can you share your experience with that? Why self-esteem and self-confidence is important in the field of women in tech?
Thank you, Natalie. Self-confidence is important at all time in life. But I think in sector like tech, it's even more important. Because we have a couple of things that we have to kind of unpeel, right? First of all, there is a kind of preconceived notion that tech is a sector most fitted for men. And I think it actually came from a place of love initially, because our parents are the one who invest in our education. And they had very limited kind of understanding of what tech is. It's quite new. It's newer than accounting, right? So, of course, because they lack this understanding, they think maybe this involved with, lifting heavy equipment, working with computer all days and all that. So they want their daughter to be comfortable in working in an office, having a pretty cozy job. So I don't believe that parent will, as a first option, think that tech is a good career for their kids. And I'm speaking about parents in my parents' generation, right? So maybe not you as a mom to your daughter, who you are very in the industry, you're very familiar, you know everything already. But if you were to ask my mom, I don't think she would also want me to study tech because she's not familiar with it. So we've got that once against us, right? And then the other thing is that we live in a society where we have a culture and society that kind of reward conformity. So conformity, doing things as you expected to do and doing things like other people, and also discourage risk-taking behaviors, right? And I personally, and you can disagree with me, and I personally believe that girls are penalized more for breaking this rule and taking this risk more than boys. We have an education system that predominantly focuses on rote learning, so memorization to get the correct answer. So there's not a lot of encouragement for creativity and exploration. So this system applies to both boys and girls, but I think boys are slightly better off because I think compared to girls, boys have more opportunity to play, to explore. Whether they play sport with a team, they learn about team building. Whether they go out and swim in the pond near the house, they have that freedom to kind of figure things out, things that are not familiar to them. So I think it's important for before we get to the confident bit, right? It's important for parents, for teachers to encourage this curiosity and exploration early in life. Digital literacy training have to be fun, have to mimic plays for kids want to play and want to learn, right? For them to also feel like it's not as scary, to demystify tech a little bit for them. And then when it comes to confidence, I believe that practice makes confidence. It is need repetition, it need us to kind of realize and to do, right? So with self-advocacy, something that is a main concept with I Am Remarkable. So self-advocacy, basically it means understanding and communicating your strength and your achievement to your peers, to your colleagues, to your investor maybe, to your teachers maybe. And coming back to this concept of girl maybe sometimes are a bit shy to study tech or to explore something new, I think it's because maybe they think that being good at tech is a skill that you're born with, which is not true. It takes practice, it takes time, right? So I Am Remarkable is an initiative by Google Women. It was created to address the issues of lack of inclusiveness and lack of diversity in the workplace. And it was created by Google overseas, right? So I think overseas there's more challenge than us when it comes to racial bias as well, in addition to gender and other things. And this is a 90 minutes workshop that gives women or any underrepresented community the tool to kind of recognize their own strength and to develop this fact-based kind of pitch deck or acknowledgement of themselves and to be able to communicate that. Why? Because there's actually a risk of not letting people know what you like and what you do and what you're good at. Because once you open this up, opportunity will come your way for you to collaborate with others as well. So for me, I kind of see it as a social obligation to be able to share that, to be able to let people know your strength and your achievements. And while I think in working community, we benefit from that, I think with student group, they would also benefit from similar practice.
Thank you so much, yes. We also had, just now, I told you, we brought a group of Cambodian students to Singapore to visit Google, Adobe, NCS, robot technology company, NCT, and then we had this I'm Remarkable session at Google. The girls were really inspired and shared that it was a great exercise for them to kind of understand that there is a lot of value already in them, even they are students. Adrian, you work in a very interesting space of Web3. I'm not sure if everyone here knows what is Web3 about, so maybe you can start with explaining more. And also, what do you think, what are the opportunities in that space for, and why the diversity and inclusion matters? And what are the opportunities for Cambodian women maybe to get engaged, if there are any? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. And if you don't mind, just before answering that, I just want to circle back to the question you asked me before when you were talking about the She Loves Tech program and the perspective from a mentor, right? So having been in Cambodia for over 10 years, I've been involved as a mentor in different programs supporting women in tech. Should it be She Loves Tech, or also Eye for Eye by UN Women, but also We Do. And the thing that I would like to say is that I think representation matters, role model matter. So we are very lucky in the Cambodian market because there are lots of incubation programs, acceleration programs, well, acceleration not so much, but incubation programs a lot, investment opportunities, and a lot of educational programs as well, among which is Sisters of Code, of course. I think that this is the first step to engage female in tech careers, or if not careers, at least awareness, which is definitely the starting point. And as a mentor, I can say that it's very difficult for women in Cambodia, especially young women, who are interested in technology to justify these choices to their families. And many of them shared with us the fact that their parents were asking, okay, so give me some example of very successful female in that space. And they were like, Steve Jobs? No. So that's also one of the things that is very important, is building role models. So when you can provide more representation, circle back to more examples of people who are leading in that space, or not necessarily leading, but initiating, and to which you can find resemblance, and that you can also testify to your family, for the example in Cambodia, that there are female leaders in that space, then it makes things easier in a sense. It's more difficult to embrace a career or to engage in some perspectives if you don't recognize yourself or if you feel that you don't belong. Transition with the Web3. So just giving you a very simple, in simple words, definition of what the Web3 can be considered as. So we call Web 1 the first version of the internet, which can be summarized as reading. So for example, Google search engine, you are searching some information and you read the information from there. Then came the Web 2.0, so Web 2 version, which can be summarized as read and write. So for example, that's when we experience the advent of social media. Through social media platforms, as users, we were able not only to read, but also to create information, to create content, and to share our perspectives through the network. Well, the Web3 is the new iteration of the internet, which does not replace Web 1, does not replace Web 2. It's only a new iteration that is basically relying on more transparency and what we call a fairer internet, at least in its intention. So to summarize it in a very simple manner, Web3 is supposed to be more decentralized in, for example, the governance aspect of it, by providing structures that are decentralized and give more power to the isolated users. Through its economy, as you may all know, the token-based economy, and through its technology, as you may all know, for example, the blockchain, that is a technology that is relying on decentralization, which means that, once again, we are removing the power / the authority from one sole entity, and we are distributing this power and giving back more ownership to the users. So why Web3 is interesting, and especially when it comes to diversity and inclusion, it's because this iteration of internet is supposed to bring more inclusion as well. Unfortunately, this is not the case. So to give you some numbers, in the space of Web3 that is often described through decentralized finance, decentralized applications, NFTs, for example, for those who know. So let's take the example of NFTs. At the moment, we count only 16% of women in the NFT art market. And when it comes to Web3 investors, at the moment, we count 26% female investors in the Web3 sphere. However, if I may say, it's already a progress, because if we look back at a study from Crunchbase that ranged from 2009 to 2017, it was only 16% of female investors in the tech space. So it's still a progress. But I would like to share my personal opinion on this, even though we have these numbers, which still, in my opinion, are showing progression. I think that there are a lot of opportunities for more diversity and inclusion, and especially related to the gender aspect of it, to the gender spectrum. For example, from my perspective, being very passionate and very involved in that space, I can see that there are a lot of women who are leading international, recognized and acknowledged and awarded projects. If I compare like 10, 15 years ago, when I started working in the web and tech industry, generally speaking, we felt very lonely as women in our experience, in our career, in our path, and I don't feel the same when it comes to Web3. I see a lot of international influencers being women and being, solicited in international stages for events or reports. Their input in researches are requested, which was not the case if we circle back to 10 to 15 years ago. And I see so many projects that are very interesting, not only NFTs, because Web3 is not only about NFTs, but I see a lot of Web3-led projects that are led by women and that are very, very interesting, not only from the gender perspective, but generally speaking for that sphere. And on another note, there are a lot of projects that are not necessarily women-led, but that are balanced in their leadership team, but that are pertaining to the impact when it comes to diversity and inclusion, generally speaking. So I do believe, and I'm always happy to share some concrete examples of some projects that I'm very passionate about and that I think are really driving change and that are driving impact. And moving back to Cambodia specifically, because Cambodia is a specific market, we can share some insight and some trends about Western markets and about, Web3 generally speaking worldwide, but we need to remember that emerging markets, among which Cambodia would be positioned, have a very specific perspective when it comes to technology. And I would say that I see a lot of opportunities for Cambodia, especially because we've already started to trigger this interest and this awareness when it comes to female being involved in tech and in entrepreneurship, generally speaking. And we have to remember that Web3 approaches are very new, they are recent, they are still being defined. I give you a definition because, we have to rely on definitions, but it's still being defined, it's still being built. So it means that there are a lot of opportunities to invest that space and create our own definitions and our own approaches for the projects that we want to develop. Should it be decentralized applications? Should it be token-based projects? Should it be NFTs projects? But there are a lot of opportunities. And I think that where Cambodia stands at the moment is that we are in this phase where we can take the time to rely on awareness and education in order to start building the mindsets so that we can actually build ecosystems and projects in the near future. Because let's face it, right now it's a very, very recent space, and rushing into building like applications, for example, when there is not such a strong ecosystem per se, might not be the most relevant in my opinion, but this is, like my personal opinion. So I really think that right now is a moment where we can focus in Cambodia on education and awareness in that space.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Right, so that is a great discussion. We started with challenges. We all agreed that there are many things we should consider improving. And my final question for each of you, if you would have a magic power, everything would be in your hands and whatever you wish would be implemented easily, what one thing would you suggest to do to improve current situation of lower women representation in tech? You can be wild in your fantasies.
Thank you, Natalie. If I would have a magic power, I would encourage women to involve more in technology by different way, different support. Why? Because women and men together share the idea to develop this technology, it will become a great one. One of the things. Second thing, women who have a knowledge in technology, they can protect their kid well from many risky things. Because as of now, most of the children or most of the kids, they are addicted with the technology, they are addicted with internet. I can see there are a lot of risky on the internet, which the mother, who is the main care of the family, doesn't know the technology, allow the kid to involve in all kinds of content from the internet, which is so risky to the kid. If the mother or if the woman in the house, anyone who knows technology well, they can teach the kid from the start, protect the kid well, both boy and girl, so that they will use the technology, they will use the internet from the young age with the knowledge and with the well protection from the family. That's one of the things. Second thing, women now play a big role in the market in most of the sectors. So the need from the women in technology also a lot. If women can involve more, women share more idea, women create more idea on technology, that will be comply with the needs of the women in the market. So try to support the women as much as possible, and share as much as information that women need, because I believe information is still, it's a lot now, but some young age women, ladies, still cannot approach it well yet. Because whenever they graduate, they come and ask me, what should they choose, the major? What is IT? What is e-commerce? What is programmer? Most probably they only know programming, but they didn't know much on other part, what they need to study, if there is a market or not. Because mostly the student in Cambodia will try to start choosing the major by the trend of the market. It's not because they love it, but because the trend of the market. So let's share all the information as much as possible to let them choose the right major, to let them choose the right career. If they really like technology, if they really like love tech sector, then choose them, encourage them to do more, so them to do how powerful is technology, then they will reach out their destination or their goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
So from me, I would like to see an enabling environment for digital economy growth with the focus on women in technology, starting from the uptake on STEM education from the primary to the university level, while women and girls can access to digital economy, to digital skill and digital literacy at a very early age, so that they are more aware about the importance, and also they can build their capacity in technology at very young age as well, so that they can adapt to the technology, to the growth of the digital economy, so that when they grow up, when they come into the labor force, they are well equipped with technology, skill, mindset, experience and capacity as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that for me, what I would say is, thank you. Thank you. No more battery on the other one. I think we need to approach this as a virtuous circle, right? So, as I mentioned earlier, I think representation is key. Building role models is key, because when there is more representation, then seeing women in the technology sector becomes a new norm, right? And therefore we don't have to have this kind of debates anymore. And this is what we all want to head towards, right? But then, in order to do so, representation must be achieved at every level. It's not only the women themselves working in the technology sectors, it's also decision makers, policy makers, programs, education, etc., so on and so forth. And in order to do this, it's not only also education from the core skills level. It's not only about to learn, about core skills such as programming or engineering, so on and so forth. It's also a lot of soft skills to be developed. So I would say, generally speaking, across the world, but in Cambodia also in particular. I will give a very specific example. I've been working with equally male and female, but I've observed that very often women I've worked with, they are more silent, they don't necessarily express their views, they negotiate themselves less, they don't talk about their achievements, and for me this is all about soft skills. I think that if as women you are going to say, oh, I would like to require for an equal pay, for equal opportunities, well, I'm sorry, but you have to be equal, then not only in the technical aspect of things, but also in terms of attitude. So it means that we also need to build these soft skills, and that's what you were mentioning about the I Am Remarkable program for Google. So I think it's really about building confidence, it's really about building negotiation skills, and it's also not being afraid of being analytical and being critical, and just behaving exactly the way you would expect any colleague of yours or any investor or any partner of yours to behave regardless of their gender. And this, unfortunately, from my experience as an entrepreneur and as a manager, I have observed a gap in that sense. And I think we really need to work on the soft skills aspect of things, definitely.
So I wanted to say everything that Adrienne said. Just to come back to it, representation is super important. We're all on the same page with that. And it would be, lovely for Bong Ratha to have her dreams come true, whereby 40% of leadership is women, eventually. But I think also, as I'm trying to kind of look at, take a page from Adrienne's suggestions on diversity and inclusion have to also be practical for us. So we organize a lot of events at Raintree. And we always challenge our partners to have a more balanced panel, because what's happening when you have an event where there's no woman representation, basically you're saying that women are not qualified to have this conversation, which is not true, right? So representation is important. Another thing that I would like to kind of advocate for is developing what you call soft skills, but it's also kind of a lifelong curiosity to learn. Which is very important for kids, but also important for us older people as well, because technology changes very fast, and we need to be able to figure out how do we actually learn new things, how do we actually take on more challenging. Sorry, there's two, maybe one more. So the last one, just to type into also what Adrian mentioned when it comes to kind of having this confidence, being able to negotiate. And for me, again, I'm looking at this as an obligation. If you don't say it, nobody will know. And also when it comes to confidence and self-advocacy, right? We have a culture where we don't encourage bragging. So if men brag, it's kind of, okay. But if women speak very positively about themselves, it's like, oh, why are you showing off? But you have to remember that if it's based on facts, you know, your sweat and tears and your courage and all of this, it's facts. And it's not bragging, you're just making people know what you are capable of, and that is beautiful.
Thank you so much. So this is the end of our panel. I'm very grateful for your sharing and for your honest feedback and ideas that you brought today. If we look at the audience, we can see that the audience actually is mostly composed by men. And I hope that we have inspired those men who are today to look at the opportunities that women and benefits that women are bringing to the tech space, to be more supportive, to be more understanding, and actually appreciating that we have a voice, because in the end of the day, we all will benefit from that. Trust me, if you have a smart, enabled, empowered woman, the whole life will be better, the economy will grow, and we will all have a better future opportunities, as well as our children. So thank you so much for your time, for being with us for 1 hour, listening to our ideas. I hope you have received some inspiration, and the only thing I would like to ask each of you who is here today, think what can you do to help women in tech to build a better future. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please give another big round of applause to our moderator and panelists. And thank you so much for a very inspiring Please give them another big round of applause. I hope all women are feel more empowered to get involved in the tech industry. The upcoming sessions, the speaker will present us about the emerging technology in the trend. We have 3 presentations for this session. The first presentation is about the digital trend of the banking service. Everyone, please welcome Mr. Pyong Chin Kim, Senior Director of Mobile CNC Cambodia.
Okay, good morning everyone. Thank you for coming to this session. I'm going to present. Okay, main topic. Let me first introduce briefly about our company and our solution. Then I will briefly summarize the evolution of digital banking services in Cambodian financial industry, then move on to the main topic, which is the digital trend of banking services. Okay, let me introduce myself first. My name is Byung-jin Kim. I'm the Senior Director of Financial Platform and Services for Mobile CNC Cambodia. I have a lot of experience in the financial industry and participated in global project, and used to be working as the consultant in the global consulting firm. And since I joined the Mobile CNC 7 years ago, I've been focusing on to deliver the core banking, payment system, card system, and the digital banking system to the Cambodian financial institutions. Okay, Mobile CNC is the Korean company founded in 1995, and we have started the Mobile CNC Cambodia in year 2012, and has been providing our core banking and digital banking and payment solutions to the commercial banks and MFIs in Cambodia. And all of our banking solutions has been developed by the Cambodian developers in Cambodia. Okay, let me go to our solutions. So we have the banking framework called Maru. So based on this framework, we have built all the common functions and all the business applications required for the core banking. So our core banking is the fully integrated business application, providing the product information with the product lifecycle management and fully integrated customer model for the expansion of the future, and also the full loan process from the loan counseling until the loan restructuring write-off. And we provide the foreign exchange and trade finance applications and accounting and treasury, including the bond management. And for the digital channel, core banking system is fully integrated with the mobile banking, internet banking, and our mobile teller solution. And we support the virtual account and escrow, card, payroll, and also fully integrated with the general management such as budget, asset, utensil, and salary. So this is an example of our core banking solution, and this is a customer screen. We have another solution called Bizmo, which is the enterprise mobile enterprise application platform to support the various devices, and it supports the cross-platform and integrated with the development environment and communication between the mobile application and the legacy system. And it supports the full the deployment. So whenever you have to change something in the mobile application, you don't need to go to the App Store, so we can deploy immediately. So with this enterprise mobile application platform, we have our mobile banking solution to support the, for example, you can open the account and close, make the transfer and the bill payment, and subscribe to the mobile banking, and You can apply the loan or repay, or you can get the loan with a fixed deposit and making the branch visit reservation. And also, it supports the full functionality for eKYC, so new customers can onboard without having to visit the branch. And it fully supports the KHQR payment and also online payment gateway for the online merchant. And we have the internet banking solution for the corporate customer. They can create the sub-user and they can have the multi-step approval line, and you can approve, reject, return, or cancel the transfer request. And it supports the corporate function for managing the virtual account to collect the money by using the virtual account. And also check management, foreign exchange, trade finance, and so on. And this internet banking application comes with a mobile app to support the security. So it can have the 6-digit random OTP code installed in your mobile device. So it can be used to approve the transfer request. And we have another solution called the mobile teller. So this is the tablet-based solution and outdoor consultation application. So bank staffs can bring this tablet to meet the customer, and you can open the new customer and new account, and also apply the card, change the card PIN number, and so on. And all of our the common contents being used by the digital channel are integrated in our integrated contents management system. So you can define the branch information, product, or the promotion, news, FAQ, and all the information required to manage the merchant can be uniformly managed in this solution. And we have the e-wallet and prepaid card system, so you can make the online top-up and make the QR payment or the online payment, and it can even manage the point reward and mobile coupon, and it manages all the functions required to settle with the merchant. And for next year, we are planning to deliver the card management system to Cambodia. It will be the first local card management system. And we also have the external system that fully integrate the inbound and outbound transactions and routings. Okay, let me briefly explain about the evolution of digital banking services in Cambodia. Since I joined the Mobile Sensi year 2016, this was pretty much the most of the services that were being serviced in Cambodia around that time. So we have some transfer functions and like third-party payment, like a top-up or wing, and then some bill payment, and the ATM, debit, and credit card was available. And some banks were servicing e-wallet, and some old way of QR payment was existing around that time. Over year 2017 and 18, more transfer method was available, such as fast and retail payment, RFT, and banks are starting to use the CBC scoring to score the customer, and more third-party payments were available. And for the corporate service, payroll and virtual account were serviced. And for the card system, CBS and the prepaid card were available in the market. And some banks, they started to service the open banking API to support the cross-border payment from other countries to third-party payment vendor in Cambodia. From year 2019 to 20, Bakong service was available in the market, and a lot of banks start to allow customer to open the account in digital channel, and customer can make loan repayment and get the loan with a fixed deposit, and some banks started to use their own internal scoring. And more third-party vendor and bill payment were available around this time. And for the card system, card transfer or the virtual card was available. And due to the COVID period, some banks started to use the branch visit reservation service. And the biometric or the authentication was available at that time, and some banks started to have the merchant app and also the merchant payment gateway. So over the last 2 years, Fast 2.0 was introduced, and also some banks, they try to have their own scoring engine to calculate the credit score to digitally service the loan. And that's why eKYC for the personal customer was very introduced by many banks nowadays. And for the corporate service, a lot of banks are interested in providing financial trade finance application. And KHQR payment was available in the market. So after talking with many customers in the industry, these are the likely services for the next year. So first one is the cross-border transfer based on the Bakong platform, and some banks are trying to make this service available between Cambodia and Thailand, for example. And some banks, they try to use the non-face-to-face loan application. So this may need to come with the eKYC for corporate. So that will be another hot topic next year. And the MPTC and the Ministry of Finance is planning to launch a digital certificate in Cambodia. So all the financial institutions in Cambodia, they need to use this digital certificate for all the financial transactions. And for the POS, some advanced POS systems such as smart POS and the table order system are being prepared. Okay, today's main topic is the digital trend of banking services. So because of the time limitation, I have selected a couple of topics. First one is the virtual asset. So as you well know, the virtual asset have some economic value, and it is electronically tradable and transferable. And all the assets that can be tokenized can be called virtual asset. So virtual asset have like a digital currency or NFT. So I will give some reference from the global and also from Korea, because Korea is the third biggest virtual asset market in terms of transaction volume, and it have 280 cryptocurrency being traded on 80 virtual asset exchange in Korea. So as of this year, daily transaction volume of cryptocurrency exchange in Korea reached 14 billion USD, whereas the traditional stock exchange it just remains 13 billion USD in daily transaction volume. So this market is becoming large. So a lot of banks are now making an alliance with the exchanges, and they, so for example, there's one internet bank called the K-Bank. So they make the alliance with the exchange, and they could get 1.5 million new customers, and their demand deposit balance was increased by 3 billion USD. So virtual asset market have many business areas. One is the custody service. So service to safely store virtual asset. And the other is finance. So it's decentralized banking using blockchain. And NFT is the digital token for asset. So a lot of banks in Korea, they set up the joint venture company with the blockchain companies, or they make the strategical investment to the custody company, because this custody business is one of the hot area for the financial institutions. So why banks are interested in this? Because it has been the low interest rate market, so banks are now trying to look for the new business model from non-interest bearing products. And they want to increase the customer basis and increase the demand deposit balance. And they want to prepare blockchain business for the future. So the digital asset custody. So as the physical assets are quickly turning to digital asset, it is required to safely keep the digital asset, because these markets are growing really fast. So some countries, they allow banks to provide the custody services, but in case of Korea, they do not allow banks to provide this service. That's why the banks are setting up joint venture company with the blockchain platform vendors. So as of now, the present business model is more about providing the digital asset custody service for the corporate customer, and also keep the encryption key for digital asset. But in the future, the main business area will be providing total asset service for payment and settlement of security token, and also providing the custody for stable coin and provide the certificate will be the future business model. So there's one example, BitGo, they're the largest company, and they have the cold storage technology. So it can provide a similar level of security as what banks provide. So this technology is to store the digital asset to offline environment, and it doesn't require the connection to the internet, so it can avoid the hacking. So these banks are preparing new business for managing the digital asset. And one thing you have to think about is because the customer need a reliable institution to keep their digital asset safely. So there could be some competition between exchange or the bank, or there could be some alliances. So NFT is another thing. So it is a technology to make sure the uniqueness and originality of the virtual asset. So since year 2017, this transaction volume has been increased to 2.5 billion USD as of last year. And the main business area covers the art, sports, fashion, and game, video, and digital contents. And the global tech giant like IBM and Samsung, they now support the NFT custom blockchain and also e-wallet to support the NFT. So a lot of traditional cryptocurrency exchange now, they are seeking to become the universal digital marketplace. So NFT can be now purchased and resell, and the seller can even set up their loyalty in the platform. And the global exchange like OpenSea, they provide the easy minting. So minting means converting the item, physical item, to NFT. And NFT can be nowadays purchased with a credit card. So it is very rapidly growing market, and banks need to pay attention to this area because it is the part of the virtual asset. And NFTs has a very strong relation to metaverse, because NFT is the strongest mean of connecting the metaverse to the physical world. And NFT is the only way to ensure the right of digital asset owners. So metaverse have many different areas like augmented reality, live logging, or mirror world, and the virtual world. So all of these are related to the virtual economy. So in the past days, virtual economy version 1, the online game item was the main tradable asset. In current virtual economy version 2.0, it supports the blockchain and the blockchain-based NFT and the virtual currency. So it is the virtual economy for all the digital files. And it supports the trading and cashing out NFT file. But in the future, it will be the virtual economy version 3, which will be the complete economy. And it will connect to the real world, and there should be the connection between the real asset and the virtual asset. And it requires the full regulation on virtual economy. So this is one example. KB is one of the largest banks in Korea. They have set up the financial town in the Roblox virtual world. So if customer visit the branch, then it shows how much money you have and your loan amount and your credit score. So you can buy the house in the virtual world, and you can get the loan, and you can repay based on your loan plan. But it's not yet linked to the physical world. But because in the virtual world, a lot of the young generations are having some experience in this virtual world, so you can give some, it can be served as the marketing channel. So customer can leave the phone number, and they can get the offline consultation from the bank staff. And another example is banks, they try to provide virtual training center for the bank staff to give trainings on the banking business, on the products and their internal guidelines. Or they have the space for the customer together so they can get the financial knowledge of the banking products and they can get the financial advice on how to save tax and how to get their own houses. Okay, Metaverse provide very much connection and very immersive experience to the user, and it creates a new traffic. So this is a potential for the banking business platform. And for those banks who do not have the large network of branch, they can overcome the geographical limitation and difficulty in physical world. And they can target the new generation and collect the new customer information in digital marketing perspective. And later on, it will be connected to the digital asset custody. So that's why it is important. Okay, invest in bits and pieces. It is kind of new form of investment for the young generation. So a large group of investors, they can invest the very small money and they can purchase the very expensive asset like a building through the investment platform. Then if it generates the profit, then you can share the profit or you can divide the asset and resell this asset to other investors. So it is called a resell tax or decimal investment because it doesn't require the large money to invest. So this kind of business, in case of Korea, the market capital increased to 450 million USD as of this year, and main area for this business was music, artwork, real estate, contents, and even cow. And music copyright was the biggest market as of now. But because of this required investment, so banks need to have the own trust operation or need to have the trust company to support to keep the customer deposit safely. So this could be the area of business area of the securities company or could be bank, depending on the regulation of the company. So you need to think about the regulation and its business structure. So it could be trust company or you can cooperate with the platform or bank can have their direct operation. Okay, the Giants means finance for the G generation. So this MG generation are people in the age of 10 to 30 who are digital native people. They use the financial services in mobile every day. So they are seeking for fun and they want the super personalized and customized service based on their own personal interest. And they want to achieve something through everyday banking. So for example, there is a contents investment platform called a Fund Pool. So this, you can invest in movie or drama. So it shows the target fund amount and show how many people have been invested and what is your expected profit once you invest certain amount of money. So this is very fun and they can make a daily investment to this. So 76% of the investors are this new generation. And there's one internet bank in Korea called the Toast Bank. They provide a service for customer to invest in US stock. Instead of buying the minimum one share, you can, they allow to buy the small amount. So it is a decimal investment. And other bank, they provide a dedicated app for these young people only, and they provide the special products for this new generation. And this system is linked to the school system, and they provide all the schedules and required information for the school. And the BC card, they provide the prepaid card for young people, and based on the consumption data analysis, they provide the benefits for the young people. So many banks are now competing each other to launch new financial services targeting for this new generation. Okay. Nowadays, there's no difference between the banks and the big tech or fintechs. So big tech and fintech companies, they have pretty much occupied the digital financial market with their own customer and service-oriented approaches. So banks, they need to compete with these big techs and fintechs. So they come up with the super app or digital universal bank. So digital universal bank is to provide the additional business on top of traditional banking businesses. So for example, Reupload of UK, they additionally provide stock trading or crypto currency or the subscription. And the new bank in Brazil, they provide additional investment or the insurance services. So digital universal bank is to cover the investment for stock trading or fund investment or these days digital asset trading or the custody. And for the mobility, you can share the car, you can get the car insurance and car inspection service or the link with the delivery service. And it provides also the personal care and the lifestyle management. So banks need to expand their alliance with the platform and with the other participants to cope with this competition. Okay, last topic will be the cloud. So due to the COVID-19, a lot of people, they do not want to come to bank, so it's required to support the digital banking, and that's why banks are now trying to make digital transformation faster than before. So this could reduce the cost and make the flexible and scalable services on timely manner. So, and also banks are looking for the innovation such as AI and blockchain. So the cloud-enabled solution can be easily linked to AI and blockchains. So there are many cases of the banks, they are providing some MSA to digital channel. All of these details could be covered in the next session by data solution. So let me skip this. So for a commercial bank, maybe it is too early stage to provide this for the core banking because of the location of the customer information and the security. But a lot of banks, they have some future plan. And for second and third tier financial institutions like the MFI, it could be maybe cost effective and to reduce the system budget, and they don't have enough human resource to support the system. But a lot of banks, including the Cambodian banks, they are now preparing to service digital channel on cloud. Okay, this is my last slide. All of these companies are exhibitor or the sponsors of this event. So for the blockchain, we'll work with the Publix blockchain platform. They have another session in the afternoon together with the Binance. And the Finotech is the fintech company. So with these companies, we will deliver the blockchain platform and the mobile applications in Cambodian financial industry next year. And for the cloud banking, Data Solution is the digital innovation provider for cloud and AI, and they will present on the cloud enabling after me. And the Capsta, they have set up the data center in Cambodia. So by working together with these companies, we'll deliver the cloud-enabled banking solutions in Cambodia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Xiong Chin, for the presentation. Now the second presentation is about strategic approach to successful cloud migration of banking solution with Korean case study. Everyone please welcome Mr. Chong Ki Kim, Head of Infra Business Division Data Solution Korea.
Oh. Oh. Good morning. Just a minute. Good morning. Nice to meet you. My name is Jonggi Kim, Data Solution from Korea. Thank you. Ahead of my presentation, I would like to thank those who make this important event and give chance to be here. Today's topic is about the approach to the cloud migration of banking solutions with the Korean case studies. So I will let about the situations in Korea. I will let you know. Okay. Please let me introduce my company Data Solution. Data Solution was founded in 2011 and listed on Kosdaq, the Korean version of Nasdaq, in 2017. We had a sales size with $100 million and with about 200 employees of the Data Solution. We are good at cloud and especially in AI in Korea. Next is, our mission is to give a great help to our customers better grow with our IT service with platform and solutions. We had many good relationships with my customers in many sectors for many years, with public manufacturing and the telco, also in banking. Yes, today's content is first is the background of cloud adoption, and next to the move to the steps for transition to the cloud. And finally, I summarize this session with lessons from Korea. First is the background of the cloud adoptions. Yes, about years ago, our customer in Korea, considering the cloud challenges, solve the challenges. First is, it is difficult to estimating the load, the workload. It is hard to predict how much load will be high, and in case of new connectless service will occur. The second is to release fast their business rather than their competitors one day, even 1 hour faster. And last is to be competitive in their IT powers, because the IT power is the same as the strong of their company. Today, nowadays, the background of cloud adoptions seems to be more specific, such as they considering the cloud DR, Disaster Recovery Center, with a reasonable cost, so they can respond quickly in the cloud. The second is it is difficult to deliver a business early when we have hardware delivery issues in the private cloud. So we have to have some solutions in Korea, in cloud. Next is this is new technologies. Every day new technologies comes, so it is too difficult to manage it. So the cloud, we can benefit the cloud. Yes, I have talked about background of cloud adoptions. So I summarized the values we can expect from the cloud adoption can be 3 core values. One is freedom and agility, and the second is continuity and resilience, and the third is operation efficiency. Let's move to the first core value is the agilities. Our customer said that our system is to be agile. Nowadays, the business cycle is shorter and shorter, so to achieve the business agility, our system must run on multiple platforms such as private cloud or public cloud such as AWS or Azure, etc. The second value is the continuity and the resilience. Also, our customer said that our system needs to provide the service under rapid load, high, and disabilities. So we can say that the cloud guarantee the continuity and the resilience even in the event of rapid increase in the workload of failures. The third value is to operational efficiency. So new technologies are constantly being introduced, so the burden on the operational tasks is increasing. So there are bound to be a big worries about the cost, such as operating manpower. So we using the cloud, we can save the costs, especially in the manpower. Yes, let's move to the core of this session, to the cloud transformation process. I will talk about 6 steps for the cloud, so you can get to the cloud following these steps. This story is about carried out in Korea nowadays. We, the data solution, is carrying out directly with our customers too. Yes, this is the history about the cloud operations in Korea, especially in finance sectors. 2 years ago, about 40% of financial firms had adopted the cloud. And during that, the definition of law have changed. In 2016, the cloud is allowed, but just restricted in yes, but and 2019 it was fully allowed, and now today, 2022, cloud is enlarged in the major banks such as KB, while modernizing the core banking, and NH Bank, channel modernization, and the Shinhan Bank is going to the hybrid cloud development platforms. Yes, this is the first step to the cloud, is from physical server to virtualization. It is same as the moving from aging server and Unix to the Linux and the virtualizations. You can see that the box in the middle, the apps and the libraries working on the VMs over the hypervisor. And the next step is from unit business virtualization to the unified virtualization. It means that such as A or B businesses apps can be run on a unified hypervisor. So by doing this, we can reduce management points, so we can improve resource usage efficiency and the cost. If we have going through the step 2, we have the status like this shown in the first figure. Server and storage and network virtualization is achieved upon the physical server and networks. And this is the phase that IaaS, infrastructure as a service platform, is ready. Yes, next step is to the modernization of virtualization target. So modernization of IaaS means that virtual resources lifecycle is automated. So it automates the tasks such as the request of approval, request of resource, and then move to the approve and the build and deploy operation to record, lastly, disposal of resources. Yes, and then you can see that the automation is made by the portal. So you can say that the cloud portal can be a central role finalizing the ER's cloud modernization. Yes, you are looking at is the page, web page is for the service requests for VM on cloud portal. By example, we automate sample service requests by providing catalog which you can choose. You can select the low spec or standard spec and high-end user-defined specs. By using this, service request process is automated, processed by internally. Yes, we have through the step 3 and move to the next step is move to the PaaS cloud. PaaS means platform as a service. So it means that PaaS means that infrastructure modernization and also in application modernization. There are 4 large parts of a PaaS: the CI/CD and the validation of solutions, and then providing a standard development technology, and lastly to the MSA. So let's move to the detailed part of the PaaS. And you can see that every apps and libraries are contained in the Kubernetes container. In PaaS platform, we can use operating source management and build and deploy and open source software and other services for managing apps and containers. Yes, first is CI/CD. This is CI/CD is continuous integration and continuous development of the sources produced by developers. The entire process is to process to build and deploy source is automated, and the code inspection and the registering source is to be integrated and deployed to the private cloud or the public cloud such as AWS. Yeah, and the second is the validating the solutions. In order to switch every apps to the cloud, the software solutions included in the applications must be to be converted. So, but every solutions cannot be to go to the PaaS stage. There are solutions that cannot be converted, and there are solutions that goes only up to the ERs. And lastly, we can go to the PaaS solutions. Yes, the solutions which is not possible to convert, we replacing the solutions with open source software, and the solutions only goes to the ERs. We learn on the solutions independent VM resources, and it is lucky to go to the last PaaS station easily. Yes, there are some standard technologies in this cloud. As shown in this table, in the middleware like WebWAS, we use Apache and Nginx rather than Web2B or JAWS. And the session clustering, such as in-memory data grid, we use Gemfire or Redis rather than JAWS. Yes, there are some solutions, PaaS interfaces such as Service Mesh, message queue, and the file transfer solutions. Lastly, on DB, we have using the Oracle, the commercial software which have a license, but in cloud we do use MySQL or MongoDB, which is the solutions we do not have license restrictions. This is the standard technologies in the cloud. Last to the PaaS cloud is to break down the application to the microservice. Disassembling every application is not possible and is not recommended. It will be desirable to discompose some part of services. For example, the solutions, services which is frequently changed, and services which is a big load changed. Some new services will be needed. We can go to the new service with the pass directly. Yes, last two steps is to considering hybrid cloud. The next step is review hybrid cloud. Generally, when introducing cloud, we considering first private cloud and then public cloud. But we recommend you to try with hybrid cloud from the first. We use private cloud for the static load versus the public cloud for the new and extended workload. And we use public cloud for dynamic load. We benefit from the new IT techs from the cloud such as AWS. So we recommend you to start with the hybrid with the public cloud. Yes, the last step is to transform your cloud work. It is to running your every apps in the cloud, such as running your applications, cloud native application. There are three ways to move your application as the cloud. One is lift and shift. It is very easy. Do not have cost and time. Just move OS data and app to the cloud. The next is replatform. Replatform means we do have some change, but with a minimum cost, but we leverage the benefit of the cloud. The last is very hard to implement is refactoring. Changes architecture, and we almost rewrite our code to optimize to the cloud. It can maximize, leverage the benefit of the cloud in this stage. Yes, I have talked about steps to the cloud. Let me look at the maturity about our Korean financial sectors. As you can see that the largest two banks, KB and NH, have been moving from virtualization and the ERS pass with the public cloud. And other financial companies are moving in this direction, same way with KB and NH. But we have many works to do in the cloud. We have to automate the process which will occur in the process during the cloud. New processes are created, so you need to automate the process for user and managers to handle these complex procedures. In this managing cloud, we need a portal service. Portal service for automation is an important for managing cloud. It is cloud portal solution named Kuni of our company-made data solution. In this portal, we summarize all the information and monitor what happens in the cloud. Yes, so far I have told you about the process and current states of the cloud operations in Korea. Now I would like to share some lessons learned in Korea. Yes, Korea is passing through the cloud chaos status to the cloud native. It has been a challenge to convert huge applications to the cloud, which has been in operation for a long time. And we should have to overcome the obstacles such as lack of trained use skills and have to handle mixed infrastructure and architecture. But we are now going to cloud native. Last, if you are in the situation where you want to adopt a new cloud, you can get help from lessons I have said in Korean cloud transition process. We recommend first, it is based on the cloud from the start. Yes, in cloud, I recommend you to have a fully automated infrastructure as shown in the middle. And if you have to support many banks and services on the cloud, you have to isolate data and storage with common software and databases. And your applications runs on the such instance types of the PaaS platform. Yes, you may have to provide the API gateway to the bank for the service, their own service using this platform, and you have to provide the SRE for the system's reliability. So I have summarized our transition process and histories about the Korea. So I hope you to minimizing the cost and minimize the errors and safely journey to the cloud. I appreciate you taking time for a long time so far. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chongki, for the presentation. The next presentation is about data center, a key enabler for business strategy, cloud computing, online system, and data security in fintech. Everyone, please welcome Mr. Wong Teo Kiat, Country Director of Capstar Data Center Management Co. Ltd.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, my name is Wong Teo Kiat. I'm the Country Director for Capstar Data Center. Before I start, I want to do a quick introduction about myself. I have 30 years of experience in data centers, cybersecurity, cloud computing, and so on. And we are really bringing this expertise into Cambodia. Now, you can see that from the sorry, have you switched on? Okay, now, you can see from the diagram here, this will be a tier 3 data center that we have just launched yesterday, okay, by our Excellency, the Deputy Prime Ministers. This will be coming up in 2024. Okay, now, today I'm going to share with you more about data centers, on how you can actually enable your business strategies, as well as leveraging on cloud computing that was being just mentioned about that earlier on. Definitely, we also concerned about data, because I understand today a lot of data are not in Cambodia, because you actually sit in the cloud overseas. How can we ensure the data are being consolidated back into Cambodia? In the name of data sovereignties and so on, how can this data center help with that, including cloud computing and so on, and especially about in the fintech technologies today as we're moving on. This is I'm going to spend 1 hour on these topics over here to let you know what is the difference about tier 3 data centers and other data center that you're looking at. I'll be sharing about cloud computing, what can a data center use for the benefits of the cloud computing in order for the organization to leverage on that for your digitizations. I'll talk about fintech briefly. And very important, I think everybody considers about data security. So I'm going to talk about cybersecurity, what we can do to tighten up that portion if you are putting all your data into the cloud infrastructures. Now, but all this, I'm going to talk about business continuity. How can we ensure when there are any outages like cyber attack, fire, how can we make sure that when the data centers are being affected by fire, how can we resiliently bring the system up again in less than 4 hours, up and running again? So this is what I'm going to share with you shortly. Now, before that, maybe I have introduce my moderator, Mr. Andy Goh, over here. Now, I think I was talking to him just now. He has some question for me. Maybe I'll let him ask me a question, then I move on. Andy?
Sorry. Now, one of the important questions is that some privately owned data centers or managed by private corporations, they all claim that somehow or other their data center infrastructure is Tier 3 compliant or incorporate certain Tier 3 resiliency standards. So now the question is that, how do we know that they are actually Tier 3 compliant? Okay, and how is it being differentiated between non-Tier 3 and actual Tier 3? So this is a question that Mr. Wong would answer as well.
Thank you, Andy. Now, maybe to a lot of you may ask me, what do we mean by Tier 3 data centers? A Tier 3 data center means I have all the resiliency, the redundancy, in terms of power, in terms of cooling. For example, if I have a power outage, will all my servers be collapsed? All right, that's the question. Now, even I have a UPS to support my server when a power outage, how long can it last? Do I have a generator to keep it running? How long can it run? Now, do I have a dual UPS? If one of my sources are down, do I have the other source to continue? That's something we have to worry about. Now, I ever walked into a data center here. They told me that, hey, Wong, let me bring you to see my Tier 3 data center. Well, I was very excited. I went over. I was surprised when I walked in at the car park to the data center. You can just walk in. There's no security. There's no protection. The moment when I walk into the data center, I can see the aircon on the wall, the racks, and so on. And I was just wondering, is this a Tier 3 data center? Number one, you don't have a strict security control. Number two, if the racks are closely mounted with all the wires just lying on the floor, and with the aircon just on the wall, my question is, do I have sufficient cooling to the data centers? So, do I call it a Tier 3? Frankly speaking, in the data center world, there are 4 tier classifications. There's Tier 1, 2, 3, 4. In order to meet the international standards, we need to have at least a Tier 3 data center. Now I'm going to show you what is a Tier 3 data center that we have, that Capstar will have. This will be the Cambodia as the digital infrastructure backbone for you to do in order to align to the government digital transformation policy, which is actually from 2022 now to 2035. Let's see what we have. Now you can see this is actually the design of the Tier 3 data centers. You can see that there are numerous of the level of security. Means when you go to the data center, there are very strict control. How you can comes in, you get a clearance before you go into the reception. Before you go to the reception area. Now, one from the reception area, we need to know, are you the authorized personnel that can get into your data hall? The moment you get into the data hall, there's another security clearance again. Are you for you to go into the data hall? Once you get into the data hall again, can I racks? All racks will be protected, will be locked by key and so on. You need to allow your authorized engineers to go in to access to the system. Because within the data hall, you're going to have a cloud infrastructure with all the data storage in there. Again, in this data center, you can see that there are a lot of the power redundancy, where the UPS systems will be able to take over whenever there's outage. Now, it's not going to be just one UPS. It's going to be a pair of UPS, a pair of generator for each data hub to ensure the resiliency of the power. Now the next thing, or the success factor of the data center, is about your telecommunications. We are working closely with the telco company at the point of presence in our data center as a hotel, which means the moment you connect to data centers, you have the network connectivities to the local connectivities as well as the international connectivities. Because the port will be connected to the telco exchange, and will connect to the submarine and connect to the worldwide. That's the beauty of that. That means the moment you have that, you actually have all the international connectivities. Again, very important. Are we relying only on one telco company? In the data center that we're going to have two meeting rooms where the telco line coming from the two different parts of the building. Are different telco companies. It acts as a redundancy. When we have any problem we want to exchange, immediately I will be able to have a failover to the other line, the MDM room, and connect to the other exchange to ensure the continuous of the international circuits. That's the beauty of the data center. So I can see from here, you can see these data centers over here will be backbone for Cambodia to be a resilient, a reliable, sustainable data centers. I think this will be very well as we talk about the cloud computing, we talk about the fintech technologies and so on. That is the design. Now, as we talk about data center, we talk about tier 3. What are the important considerations as we talk about sustainable, secure, resilient data center? Now, why I use these 3 keywords, sustainable, secure, and resilient? Because a data center is not just a normal server room. There are many people misinterpret it. They call a server room that they got 10 racks, 20 racks, they call it as a computer center. They may not have sufficient UPS, generators, and so on. So this is really a true data center. So these are the important criteria. A data center got to be uptime, 24 hours by 7, 365 days. That's the data center that we want. Because you cannot afford any IT system without. Imagine you want to go to one way through when the power up, gaming will stop. Right, your gaming will stop. You go to the bank, you want to do some online transaction, commerce, and when the banks are shut down because of certain outages, you cannot continue with the transaction. So we need to have a very secure data center that will enable us a resilient data center and operation for you to run your business. Therefore, we talk about data center, we must have the kind of power redundancy. All right, we must have the cooling redundancy. I can share with you, the power usage in data center is getting higher and higher. As we talk about cloud computing, we talk about system integrations. The data center now is hungry for power, they're hungry for cooling. Without the sufficient cooling, all right, the server will just collapse and shut down by itself. So we need to plan all this server cooling power infrastructure very carefully. Another important consideration for data center is about network connectivities. Are we just having a one line? Are we talking about just 300 megabits? Now, when I install the internet bandwidth in my office in Cambodia, they told me I can only go up to maximum 300 megabits. It's very slow. Can we increase the capacity? Even in Singapore right now, I'm coming from Singapore. My home bandwidth, we are talking about in terms of gigabits. Quick and so on. You can use it for online gaming without any disruption. It can go for video streaming without any interruptions and so on. That's how quick. Now, besides talking about all the ISP at home network, we are talking about what about your office? I need to replicate my system, my data, to the alternate site. I need my users, there are thousands and millions of users going to access to your systems. I need a very good bandwidth. So this is where we are going to work very closely with the telco company to make sure we have sufficient bandwidth, not just locally, but internationally we have the kind of connectivities. I believe all of us, the young Cambodians, they're very IT savvy. They want speed, they want fast, and they want to be resilient. That's what we're looking for to build the kind of infrastructure that we have in Cambodia. We talk about facility management. A data center will need to be tracked, serviced, maintained at every minute, every hour. Thus, a data center will have a very strong facility team to constantly maintain the power or whatever. In case, if let's say there's a power outage, the UPS will kick in. Now ask ourselves, if the UPS kick in the middle of the night, the UPS can only run for 15 minutes. What else can you do? If I don't have a facility management team to make sure I look into that and respond quickly, okay, the server will just collapse. That's why we need to have a very experienced facility team to manage data center. It's not going to be a lights off operation. It needs to be run and maintained at all times. Next, I talk about physical and logical security. I think everybody worry about, I have my data. How can I make sure my data are protected against cyber crime? All right, now we will have the Cybersecurity Ops Center, where we have a very stringent software tools to look for, to detect for any kind of potential threat cyber attack. We will be able to prevent, we will have a process to be able to respond when there's an attack. This to ensure the resilience and protection of the data. Of course, with my alternate data center we have built, the second data center we built, we will be able to replicate your data from your alternate site, from your production site to the alternate site almost seamlessly. Okay, that means if we call it the synchronous backup, whatever the data they have at the production site, you'll be synced up to the alternate site without any data loss. Especially this beneath for the cloud providers, you need to make sure I have all this cloud protection to the alternate site as a business continuity. Now when we talk about this replication, it's not just replicate in that way. You'll be encrypted. Okay, encrypted and fail over to the alternate site. That's what we want. We want the kind of data protections. I think this morning we heard about the cloud computing. So where are we going to house the cloud computing? We need a data center facilities that are resilient and secure, especially 3D data centers, to house all the cloud infrastructure, be it for your PASS, software as a service, infrastructure as a service, and so on, as well as the storage as a service, where you're going to store all the critical infrastructure within the data centers. So therefore, the secure data center will actually meet all these requirements. We talk about data protection. I talk about cybersecurity crime. Next thing I talk about is data sovereignties. A lot of you may not know that when you subscribe to the cloud for all your data storage and so on, let me ask you, do you know where are your data being stored? Are they stored in different countries? So how can I be sure where my data are stored overseas, they are secure? There will be breach of security, breach of data, and so on. We talk about data sovereignty. I was in the ASEAN Ministry Dialogue session 2 days ago. We talk about data sovereignties. How can we actually consolidate from now with the data center? How can we consolidate all your important data from the different countries right now back into Cambodia in order to make sure that we protect all the sensitive data information back into Cambodia? So therefore, with that, we need to make sure we have a very resilient center infrastructure to protect our data. I mentioned about asset management. Data center, because it houses thousands and thousands of racks, thousands of network equipment and so on. Why I mention that? Because if I don't manage these servers, this equipment, I will have end of life equipment, end of support equipment. What does that mean? The cybersecurity, I call it the cyber attack, they are very smart. They look for any servers, no matter how you protect. If you have any old servers, you will not have any latest security patches. The hacker will look for that, and they find a loophole to get into that. Therefore, asset management is one of the cybersecurity protection that we need to have. Okay, I've done many of these tests and so on. In fact, I've done a lot of we call it the VAPT. If you heard about VAPT, that is the Vulnerability Assessment Penetration Test. So you ask yourself, if I had done this VAPT test, I can tell you, I can bring my certified ethical hackers to sniff and see where are the loophole, where are the gaps. And that's where we need to protect ourselves. So that's what we can do in the data centers. Now moving on, as we talk about the data center infrastructure. So what are the values of the data centers? How does it help in the digital transformation that we talk about? So you can see over here, we will purpose-built tier 3 data center. We are putting the cloud infrastructure into the Cambodia over here, all right, so that everybody can leverage on that, they can use it instantly, all right? And also important now, if you want to access internationally, you have all the telco connectivities right now, locally, internationally. We will talk about fintech. Okay, now you can leverage with all the financial institutions. I heard about what we have mentioned this morning. Everything will be consolidated in a central database, central software, and so on. We can leverage on that. You can use it anytime. That means I can access to the system, the server, the database at anywhere that I want. And I can do all the payment digitally. I can pay in anywhere without any worries. That's what fintech. Even in fintech, we talk about big data. All right, as we collect the big data, we do the data analysis, we will be able to understand the patterns of the usage. And that will be able to consider as a business strategies on what are the products, what are the area, what are the strategies we can go to the market. Now over here I mentioned about, as we move on, I believe all the young generation, we talk about internet banking system. We talk about online integrated payment system, as we just talked about this morning. Mobile banking, online trading platform, including insurance portals. While I was here over the last 6 years in Cambodia, I do see people at the cafe like Brown Coffee, YouTube Coffee and so on. I saw them talking there on insurance. I was surprised that they use papers. When the prospect want to sign or buy insurance, there are so many paper documents to sign. You know, are we going to get that way? Imagine if today I can use an iPad and show you about the insurance policies and so on. If you're keen to buy, let's get it signed not on a paper. Get it signed on an iPad. Immediately that is signed. You don't have to go through all the paper processes. The moment you sign on the insurance portal, you are there, everything is there. All right? The insurance company have all your record in place already. You don't have to worry about where is my policy, what happened if my paper policies are being burned, is the policy still valid? That will be the old days. The new, as we move on, will be insurance portal, everything is online, digitally. Of course, I mentioned about big data earlier on. How can we do data analysis to understand the pattern that we have? We talk about blockchain, and very important now, we talk about artificial intelligence. We talk about Internet of Things today. And like I see at the exhibition booth, there are a lot of gadgets that we talk about how can actually leverage on that. Imagine if you can put all this as an ecosystem in the data center that can support you. That would be beauty. All right? So with the value of data center, you can see that now I can actually have another modernization that we're looking at. We want everything to be online, everything just be on an iPhone, iPad, computer. That's it, no paper. I can do banking online anywhere that I want and so on. That is the beauty of the data centers together with cloud infrastructure, online platform and so on. All right, now as we move on to I want to share a little bit about cloud computing. How the data center can actually benefit the cloud computing and bring these benefits to everybody. Maybe Andy, you have any question for me?
Well, it's obvious that the cloud computing is of vital importance today, especially for fintech and financial institutions. So my question is to Mr. Wong is that what sort of best practice or cloud computing strategy that a financial institution should implement, bear in mind to get coupled with a resilient DC data center infrastructure, and what sort of strategy that they should use to ensure that their business is cyber protected as well as able to carry on with their functions and of course in their growth of their business. Mr. Wong?
Thanks, Andy. Now, Do we actually know what is cloud computing? What is cloud computing? Where it should be hosted? Whatever data that you put in, you mentioned that, okay, I go to Google Cloud, I put my data here and so on, I put it into Dropbox and so on. Have we ever asked ourselves, where are they? Now, even when we ask where are they, I know many of us will always go for free Google Drive and so on, it's free. But we ask ourselves, if it's free, is it secure? What happens if there are outage? Do I still get all my important information back? That is a question. I have here, it's about, you can see the cloud infrastructure is what we also mentioned. It's going to be centralized in a location in Cambodia in the data centers. Now why I say that, I also mentioned about data sovereignty. As we house a lot of data into the cloud, we want to make sure it's protected within your home, within the country. So therefore, you can see the cloud will have all the virtual infrastructures that are immediately, they can subscribe to use and so on. It's just like your phone, you go there, you go into a lot of applications and you use it. It's almost instant, immediately you can use. Therefore, this cloud infrastructure is just a plug and use. Whatever that you want, you just subscribe to that, it's there. They can use it. That's the beauty of the cloud computing infrastructure. Now, I want to share one experience about cloud computing. Now, what can it help here? I saw a booth just now at Meta there. I saw all the medical records and so on. Have you ever wondered, when you're sick, when you have serious illness, you go to hospital A, example. When you go to hospital A, you have all your medical records over there and so on. Now what happened? When one day you feel very ill, you see, when you go to hospital B, and hospital B will say, I got no records, I need to re-diagnose you, and so on. I don't have your medical history. You'll be disastrous. What can we do about cloud infrastructure? Imagine if I had the centralized record of all the hospitals. So whichever hospital that you go, I have a central database of all your medical history. Be it you go to hospital A, B, C, or D. My apologies. Now imagine when you go to hospital A, B, C, D, the medical records are there. Excuse me for a while. Now imagine if your loved one were to go to hospitals, emergencies. You would definitely want the medical records to be there. And that's what the integrated system healthcare works. All right, so now I go to any hospital, I got the records, I get my immediate treatment, I'm safe. So today we are talking about a cloud integrated system, what we can do. So you can see why cloud computing? It reduces your administrative work because everything now is centralized. Reduction in errors because there's no more people. Everything is being done digitally and so on, including your medical records. We don't need doctor to write on their right. And you know doctors, when they write, it cannot be seen. Nobody can read the handwriting. Therefore now, forget about that. Whatever medical record doctor have, you'll be updated on the cloud, on the integrated systems. And about cloud, we talk about superior in security. We talk about data encryption, even from end-to-end with the PCI compliant payment card industry and so on. We even have a better oversight right now because there's no more manual system. Everything will be consolidated digitally and so on. And you can actually use integrated payment to make informed marketing decision, leveraging on big data, leveraging on data analytics and so on. I told the mobile CNC, this is the diagram that I pulled out from them, complement from mobile CNC, the kind of the online integrated mobile payment system. I think they mentioned it earlier this morning. This is how the integrated system looks like. That means you have your central database, you have your central system, And anywhere in the world, now you can actually connect to the system and so on to use it. That's the beauty. So what I have is a central database. It's not database at every system. It's centralized. Okay. Nowadays we talk about fintech. We talk about technologies. How can we actually use the data center to enhance these business strategies? Today, in terms of fintech, very important, it's not about just the fintech. We need to understand even like machine learning. What is machine learning? What is artificial intelligence, including predictive behavior analytics? I cannot just do business like that. I need to understand the pattern of the users, the industry needs, and so on. Therefore, this kind of technology, you can use it for the fintech technologies and so on as we develop and so on. Learning apps and so on is very important, leveraging of big data. Okay, to understand, you may not know, but we doing the data analytics, I will be able to understand what you want, what you need. Okay, so therefore, fintech now is a keen adapter of automated customer service technologies today. And you realize today in a bank when you go in, they have this chatbot, please talk to somebody. It's automated. The question that we'll ask, you'll be answered not by a person, but a chatbot, a robot that talk to you. That's the beauty of that, right? Now, some example of fintech and technology, it can be like the payment fintech. Now, everything is online. As long as I have a mobile phone, I can go in to do whatever payment platform that I want. That's the beauty. Not only locally, you can do it internationally. I mentioned about the insurance tech. Go away with all the papers. There's no paper hard copies. When anything happens to you, I don't have to search for the paper document, paper policies. Everything is actually in the cloud, in a central database. Now, very important thing. A data center is just a data center. We need to make sure also the data center is well protected, even with the cybersecurity, your data security, data sovereignty, and so on. So therefore, in the data center, we have all these detection and prevention tools and so on. Now, how do I know that there's a cyber attack coming in? If I don't have a very stringent tools to detect, so therefore, we will have very special, intelligent monitoring services to monitor that. All right? We will need to have like cyber event monitoring to the detection. And last but not least, I can see here, you can see on the left side, this thing called cyber incident response management. How do I know when I have a cyber attack? If I have a cyber attack, what should I do? Am I going to leave it, continue to let it penetrate into your data? No. I have a plan, I have a response to isolate the network, to prevent any further attack on the data. This is what we have, a detection and the prevention of the cyber attack and so on. Of course, on the side I mentioned about, so what can we do? Prevention, it can be, have we done sufficient vulnerability assessment penetration tests? You have many servers, you have many laptops, you have your network equipment, you have your routers, you got your firewall switches. Are they safe? So what we do encompass in this VAPT, are we doing sufficient? For one simple thing that I wrote is that when I look at some of the router configuration, even a network guy, they like to put a statement called any. What does that mean when I put any? Even I have very high-ended server, well protected. The moment I put any means I can get into the system anytime that I want. So therefore, we need to make sure that we have sufficient VAPT tests to protect any kind of cyber crime and so on. Now we also know cyber attacks will also find loophole. We need to have the asset management to know where our server they are really obsoleted. I can tell you in many companies, the management will tell you one thing, budget, no budget. If I say no budget, you're opening up for cybercrime. Therefore, back in many countries today, they will outsource their facility management, they outsource their cloud infrastructure out to make sure it's more secure and resilient today. That's why cloud infrastructure can be very useful because I don't own the servers anymore. I will leave it now to the cloud providers to make sure my IT equipment, my data are protected. Right now, if you ask about cybersecurity, on the last point over here I mentioned, most of the confidential data are being stored in the endpoint, your laptops and so on. If you ask yourself today, those with laptop and so on, do you have the latest security patches on your laptop? If you don't have, you get attacked anytime. If you don't have and you're connected to your corporate servers, the hacker will go through a laptop to go into the servers and so on. All right? I'm going to talk about data sovereignty shortly. All right, now I'm going to talk about business continuity. And also very sure, we always look at risks. What happened is something happened. Be it fire, be it cyber attack, how can I still make sure I can continue my business? Maybe over here, Andy, do you have any question for me?
Well, basically, we all know that Cambodia is moving towards full digitalization, making a lot of efforts. So in doing so, there is this enforcement by coming out with policies to ensure that the standards for maintaining DC resiliency is there. And in the process, sometimes these types of resiliency gets compromised due to cyber attacks and whatever. So I would like to pose a question to Mr. Wong, that is there any real life examples, real cases of financial institutions being fined or punished for certain aspects of their business which have been compromised by their negligence in terms of maintaining data resiliency and recovery? So Mr. Wong, can you please elaborate on that?
Thanks, Andy. Very good question. Okay. If we put in all the stringent infrastructure, do we have any kind of mandatory requirements, especially for banks from NBC? And I read about the technology risk management guideline from NBC. What can we do to make sure when any disaster doesn't happen? How can I make sure? Imagine when your data center or your server room or your servers in the banks are outage. System will be down. How can I make sure the system up and running again? And the question is, how quick can all my critical banking system be up again? Otherwise, everybody in the industries will be panicking because when you go and buy something or you go to a restaurant, you pay something with your banking card, it rejects because they say the payment system is down. And you all want to know, if it's down, how long must I recover? All right, so I look at the NBC Technology Risk Management Guideline. Maybe I will share about even like a very stringent guideline in Singapore. Singapore, our central banking have a very stringent guideline, which means if any outage critical system or the banking system have only 4 hours to recover and continue with 24 hours. And also very stringently, the data loss is 0. They cannot tolerate any data loss. Now with that, we ask about, so how? When I have a cyber attack, or I have a fire that called denied access and then my servers are being destroyed, how can I make sure I can continue within 4 hours? And that's what has been put in place. We call it the business continuity. We call it the resiliency. I believe all of you also want to know, if anything happened to the bank, will it cause your bank account to zeroize, which you don't want? All right, so therefore we talk about business continuity, how to make sure that we had the resiliency and so on. Now I want to show you this diagram over here. How can I strengthen the system security, reliability, resiliency, and recoverability? We need 2 data centers that we Capstar will be building. Data center 1, data center 2. Allow me to walk over here. You can see over here, we have all the critical system, banking system over here. We have the centralized critical data information here. Okay, I call it also the data sovereignty because now the data is not out of the country. Everything is centralized in country over here. Now these are considered the critical infrastructure that you're running. All right? Now, these are all protected and so on, and this had the connectivity to your overseas office, overseas branches. That means in anywhere I can connect the systems and so on, but my data is still here. Now imagine, if something goes wrong, it can be a fire, it can be a cyber attack, it can be anything that can destroy the infrastructure here. Now, how quick can a bank or your infrastructure can be recovered to the other side? 1 hour, 2 hours, or maybe you say it may take 3 days. What do we want as the users? We can't afford downtime for too long. Therefore, the second data center is important. How can I fail over my system, replicate to the site? Like I mentioned, Singapore very strict guideline, we only have 4 hours. The 4 hours to make sure I can recover and get the business up and running. And we are very strict. If the bank is not able to recover within 4 hours, there's a heavy penalty. Or offshore penalty can be amount to millions of dollars that they have to pay. If you're offshore banks, if you're up for 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, your license gets suspended. That's how strict a financial regulations. Now we can see here, so we ask ourselves, how can I make sure I can cut over resiliency? It's called business continuity, on how we identify that. There's a solution. Imagine I can cut over within 4 hours, and importantly, the data over here. There's no data loss, because constantly the data here will be replicated here in a synchronous mode, instantly. And this is where we work closely with the telco company to make sure we have the gigabit bandwidth to replicate the data over. This is called the strengthening the business resiliencies. Now, how do we strengthen? To ensure the bank have a very good, strong resiliency, this is called a business continuity strategies. Number 1, so if there's an outage, how do I make sure that these are my critical system, critical function I need to replicate? So this is where you do the planning, you do the identification. You also need to identify where are my potential risks, what are the treatment I can do. It can be like cyber attack. I will have my cyber incident response plan in place. I have all my VAPT ready to mitigate any risks. I also had a business continuity, just like pandemic. When pandemic occur, most of us will work from home. Most of us will be able to access to the system wherever you are. All right, we need to develop incident response plans. When something happens, how quick can I respond? And bearing in mind that when anything happens, I will be able to recover and continue within 4 hours or even less. Okay, to ensure the continuity of all the critical functions. We need to exercise the plan and maintain that this is always resilient and so on. In summary, a data center is not just a data center. These are all the values, end-to-end value services that build the ecosystem to support any institution in Cambodia. It can be infrastructure enterprise. You can see that we have like even like system integrations, the servers, the storage. We also have business continuity, cybersecurity, network operations center, security operations centers, and so on. Now on the right side, you can see software development. Now as we are moving toward digital transformation, we talk about system integrations. We want to integrate. The system shouldn't be isolated. I want to integrate so that everything is centralized and so on. I can access anytime as a centralized database. What can we do? We are training a pool of programmers. We are working with international industry experts, bringing them over to Cambodia to help to do all this software development, system integration, and so on. I'm looking at the 3 pillars. With all these value-added services that we can offer in Cambodia, we actually align to the digital transformation program. That is the digital citizens that we want to train, we want to grow. Like what I say, if I have a data center, I don't have the IT professional, it can run. All right? Just to share with you also, later part at 2 o'clock, we'll be launching our Omni-Stella Digital Institutes, where we are providing all the IT training to train IT professionals with a short-term course. We are bringing trainers from overseas, experts, to come here to bring out the skill set of the young Cambodians IT professionals over here. We are bringing in international certification courses into Cambodia. We want to upskill you, not just with a basic IT knowledge. We want to upskill you to international standards with international certifications, so our young Cambodians will have that kind of credentials to work overseas and so on. We are working very closely with software houses, recruiters, and so on. How can we bring software development into Cambodia so that we have a software house in Cambodia that help to do software development not only for Cambodia, but for internationally, where you have the international exposures for our Cambodians. So that our Cambodia, with the recruitments that we are talking about, can I bring our young Cambodians to work in Singapore, work in Hong Kong, work in London, work in Australia? Can we do that? I believe our young Cambodians would love to see that, to move themselves up, and so on. With that, of course, with the strong digital citizens, we have a strong digital economy, strong digital business, and very important, we will be able to build a smart nation in Cambodia. So to summarize with this data center, it's important. I talk about what it can do with the cloud computing, with fintech, even with data security, data sovereignty, and so on. You can see that these are the values that we can put across in Cambodia, aligned to the Cambodia digital government policy that I know is from 2022 now to 2035. I can see this is a very leapfrog system. Coming from Singapore, it took us almost 40 years to build the Singapore in that way. Looking at the Cambodia policy, very impressive. I believe with all the training, with the data center infrastructure, with the cloud infrastructure that everyone is coming to build in Cambodia, we'll be able to leapfrog further to build the very strong digital transformation in Cambodia to the next greater height.
Mr. Wong, maybe you can elaborate on the enforcement by the authorities, the examples that we had when systems are being compromised and they are enforced by the government, by authority, in terms of fines and punishments.
Thanks, Andy, for the reminder. Now, I think Andy asked me for case studies. How can I, if I don't enforce a policy to ensure about data sovereignty, to ensure about the business resilience, what will happen? If nobody follow, let me share a case study about bank. In the middle of the night, an engineer went into the data center. He just unplugged to replace a hard disk. And he didn't know that by replacing the hard disk, it caused the entire system outage. There's no process, there's nothing. Nobody know about it, he just did it. And what happened when it caused the outage? In Singapore, you can need down for 4 hours. The bank was down for almost 2 days. Is that what we want? Therefore, technology risk management guideline that MBC has is very important. Follow that, understand the risk to ensure the kind of business continuity. That's what we want to know. Now, I have a few cases like cyber attack. When I talk to many of the cybersecurity experts in the bank, they will tell you, I've done all my VAPT, I'm secure. But what happened? There's some certain loophole the hacker hacked in. The bank is terrible. They don't have a good incident response. That the attack keep coming in. And you can see some of the banks in overseas, they lost like $80 million just like that. Do we want this to happen here? Therefore, this kind of incident are very important. Now, I have a case of a fire in the bank primary data centers, a fire. Okay, this thing happened in India. And the alternate site is actually in Singapore. You know how quick we're there when a fire in the India data centers? We are able to do a quick recovery at Singapore, and we managed to get all the communication linked up almost within 12 hours. And I believe you heard about World Trade Center 9/11 incidents, that the whole World Trade Center collapsed, that many of the banks are there. Those banks that with the good business continuity plan, they were able to recover within 12 hours and with the kind of outages and collapse and so on. Now let me quickly summarize. Now our value proposition is about, we have a state-of-art certified tier 3 data center in Cambodia. Now this will be the one that formed the digital platform for Cambodians. Now we are working very closely with the governments over here, all right, to have the data center, even the government data center in Cambodia, in our data centers and so on. All right, so we are working very closely in align with the Cambodia digital government policies. We will enhance even like penetration across the government. We will put the data center, the digital in the world map on how Cambodia is moving toward the digital transformations. Again, I mentioned we want to nurture young talents, professionals, to bring it up with a skill set with international credentials. And again, actually enjoy, we hope to build entrepreneurs, we hope to build technopreneurs who will be able to enjoy and work in this business arena and so on. With this, I end my session, and I really hope forwards for the data center to be up and running, ready to help Cambodia to move forward for the digital transformation and so on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wong, for the very informative presentations. So now we will go for the lunch break, because I think it's 12:30 already. So the next session will start at 1:30. In the session in the afternoon will all be about blockchain technology. And we also have Cambodia Binance community meet up here in the afternoon. So yes, see you again at 1:30.
you